Balls, 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 balls. Check 1. Pubes. Pubes. Check 2. Pubes. You son of a bitch, getting 2 loots yesterday. Yeah.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
No, Hector, you get a point.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
Nope.
I can feel it all the way down in my plum. The space between the button balls.
Okay.
I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
Give me my points.
Get your hand off my penis!
It's not my hand. How many times do I have to tell you? Well, my setup, the hand fell off, and it moved a little bit, so we gotta update the shadow. All right. How is everybody doing today? Shooby-doo. Bob, do you guys all hear the news? You hear the news? James Vanderbeek died. Varsity Blues passed away. I will say, I think he was a Trump supporter, though. Yeah, he had cancer. He had cancer. But he was like a very cultural relevant in like the late 90s, early 2000s. But oh my god! Senor, I couldn't hold it. Sal. I need to officially add those things to the oily points redeems. Hola. Oh, is that the case, Pickles? I believe he moved to Texas too, like from California. You know, for that, like, for those like reasons, you know. I think I heard that too. But my works, humanity and despair. Jesus Christ. You're almost at the 200. Almost at the dreaded 200. Oh, did you get screwed over? No, that's 2000, Maddie. 2000 is a 2000 is a heavily used Cybertruck. Like it was a Cybertruck that was left abandoned because the battery was faulty. It was abandoned and nobody bothered to try and get it, you know. And it comes with, like, you have to pay for the self-driving subscription that you can't use legally. Oh yeah, that's interesting. Interesting, Maddie. Exact. Mud was the one who helped find it. There is a smell to it. How you doing, Mud? Well, thankfully, they've made a bunch of Cybertrucks that they can't sell. Going all right. We're still on clearance ham week. Still on clearance ham week here at Chateau Badly. Oh, fuck. They certainly did. I've seen like one in my town a few times that I suspect is the same one. There's about 5 you see regularly, yeah. Well, one thing is like electric cars are significantly worse in cold weather, Maddie. So I'd suspect in, like, you know, your area, in my area, they're less frequent, but they're also just not popular. And there's, like, no hype about them anyways, so it's like I said, apparently they're making a ton that just aren't selling, and the prices have been dropping a ton. Do you? Those people need to be shamed even more. Yeah, the only way you could use it in that context is like if your work is like at most like 30 to 40 miles away. Because once you start getting over 100 miles in cold weather, you gotta be careful. Like the batteries won't even charge, and like if it's like too cold. Ink Blade, thank you for the follow. Oh, just shut me out. The tool is money some true. Speaking of which, buy my paints. True, good, Seth, good. Wait, I just got 4 follows. Combo meal. Crest Coast Tattoos. Pigeon Runar. Welcome in. I'm doing well, Crest Coast. How you doing? Welcome in. Questions welcome. Cosmos7. Thank you for the follow. From the Stream Related channel. Love Jess. Love Jess. The official ambassador of Badly Made Paints. Jess is great people. The official ambassador of Badly Made Paints. It's part of the grift, Maddie. It's part of the grift. You can't leave here anymore, Crestcoast. This is where you're stuck. There is no saving you. That was way too much blue. You've made a terrible mistake, Crestcoast. You've made a tremendous mistake. Oh, do you? You paint with oils? What do you paint with? Shoot, boop, boom, boom, boop, boo, doo, boo, doo, doo. Oils? Nice. Well, I do make and sell oil paints, watercolors, and oil pastels. Jess has used all of them. But if you have any questions regarding oil painting, I am happy to answer. I'm more than happy to answer. You can't stop me from answering. I use linseed oil and oleo gel only. I don't use solvent. I don't use solvent in any aspect of my painting. I consider mediums to largely be scams. Oleo gel. First layer I use linseed oil. Sorry, I also recommend stand oil. My first layer is a mixture of linseed oil and stand oil, which is stand oil is just linseed oil that goes through another process. Second layer is oleo gel, which is just linseed oil with some something, I forget what's added to it, and then all it does is the additive makes it gel. I gotta find out the name, but it's just gelled linseed oil. That's all it is. It helps keeps the form, improves flow with the brush, but maintains a form to it. And I don't recommend the use of any other oil outside of linseed oil. Walnut oil's bullshit. Poppy oil's bullshit. Sunflower, safflower oil's bullshit. Yeah, I do have strong feelings on it. It comes from a place of archival properties. Yeah. No solvents. I don't wash my brushes. I would argue it's an extremely pragmatic approach. Why not watch the brushes? Because it's pointless. That's the goal, Salt. Washing brushes is pointless to me. In my opinion, there is not a sufficient reason that you need to clean your brushes. So if you look through my Instagram, all those paintings you saw there, I have not used solvent, nor have I washed my brushes. Please, can you show how you... I will. Give me 1 second. One moment. Hold. 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 Keep holding. Where is this? Hold, please. Please keep holding. I don't know. Where'd it go? Did I throw it out on accident or something? Hold. Where the fuck did it, Oh, it's right here. Okay. Did I bump my palette cam? Oh, this one. You mean my painting cam. Okay, alright. I keep my brushes in this. Yes. Oh, yes. Just in time for ads. I'll show it again when they get back. You know what? I just advocate for making this whole process a whole lot simpler than people make it out to be, I think. Like, if you try and do this and you're just, like, dreading all the cleanup and setup and stuff like that, you're just never fucking gonna do it. What's in the jar? It's a severed human head and my brushes. There's linseed oil at the bottom of this, and these are just all my brushes. So I put some linseed oil at the bottom, and I just throw my brushes in and out of there. Yep. Thank you, Salt. Yep. Now, one note, Crestcoast, is I only use bristle brushes. No paint thinners whatsoever. I only use bristle brushes. There's just not really, with how I paint, I can't use a soft brush. And I don't want to use a soft brush. Bristol drawing paper, and in what way? Zoomer. All right. Okay, so, things that happened. Yeah, we're talking about bristle brushes, Jumer. That's what you're referring to. The hand fell off of the thing that was holding it up, so I had to put it back, and now the position is a lot different, so... but I like this position better. Got you. So we gotta fix that. So let's bring out one of my handy dandy paintbrush. Hi, Amizu. Chicken butt, Amizu. What's up, bud? Okay. So one other thing about this too is I don't have a good grasp on this color. Is this still wet? Gotta make sure my positioning is okay. So I have a finger like all the way down here. The ass might need to come higher. Is that part of my issue? The ass is too low? Got to use your paint, and I found it to be very nice. Good. Glad to hear, Omizu. If you have any questions, obviously, let me know. No, slide the model back. No, I like where it's at. I think it needs to be more forward. Hi, Laura. We do got the red bums. Well, the photo... Sorry, the photo is not what I'm looking at, Crest. The photo is not what I'm looking at. I'm looking at this. So you can see the new shadow. So this is what I'm looking at. Not at this angle exactly. Like the aspect ratio is like closer to like something like that, what I'm seeing. Enjoy your dinner. J.E. would be proud. Yeah, it seems like I made that too far. So let's get out another brush for red stuff, for the red stuff. There we go. Well, who is J.E.? Who is J.E., Omizu? Very good model, Laura. All right. So if I'm looking at the shadow probably needs to come up like up to like here. So rise up that a little bit amount. It is. God damn it. Good job, Maddie. Got that awesome Bad Bunny song stuck in my head. I need to get more oleo gel. Oleo gel is expensive though, yo. Because of an account that is linked to an email list of... Yeah. Sorry, Omis. I don't know how I blanked on that one. I mean, I wouldn't put it out the realm of possibilities, but I find that highly unlikely, Omizu. Yeah, no, I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about now. I'm surprised I did not figure that one out. I do got to figure out this glare issue for this though. Makes the paint think the gel. Like, do I just need to go horizontal? So you're seeing some matte drying, and this happens, and I should have added more. I should have probably added a touch of stand oil to the paint. I'm not gonna do it on the outer layer, but on, like, considering I probably was gonna paint over this in this session, I should probably be a little bit more generous with the oleo gel on this from the matte drying. The matte drying happens with Pyrrole Red and my Ivory Black a lot, which means I'll probably add more stand oil to them when I make them again in my future batches, or a higher amount of stand oil than I have in the past.
The space between the button balls.
What is your solution for thinning your oils? Just linseed oil, Mizu. Just linseed oil. Hi, Drew. Yeah, and that's like, you know, I was using Liquitex brand refined. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I as you know, I don't recommend using solvent as a paint thinner for paint application at any point in the painting. Is it the worst thing in the world to stain your canvas and wipe it off with it? It's not the worst thing. But it's not like, I am speaking from the is it presupposition of best practice, right? So if we were trying to make a healthy, like a healthy painting, I come from that perspective, like optimal painting practices, right? To make sure your paintings last the test of time. It's for both. It's, I mean, they're inherently linked. Well, here's the thing, right? Technical approach should be hand in hand with good practices, right? There are plenty of techniques that people might do that don't lead to good outcomes outside of like the first month, you know? Hi, Burger Sleuth. Hope you're well, bud. Yeah. Like, so for example, Joomer, a lot of the old techniques that were born out of the Renaissance. Hi, Mono. Hope you're well, bud. It's my least and only favorite painter. A lot of the techniques from the Renaissance were born because of technical necessity. Okay? They were notice that, oh, hey, if I use this pigment and this pigment together, they darken or discolor. They're like, oh, shit, if I use these ones, it chips and flakes off. And they started to put together processes, methodology, and techniques that took advantage of practices that made sure their paintings lasted hundreds of years, which plenty of them did, right? So that's why I'm also more skeptical of a lot of modern mediums, because a lot of them really pander to what people want. Like, we're like, I don't like the long drying time. All right, let's add a fuckload of dryers to it. Well, what are some issues that dryers are not inherently a good thing in your paintings, everybody? Just letting you know. Not a ton, Omizu. Like, a general rule is don't add more than 20% of the volume of medium to any paint you're using out of the tube. With mine, you could probably go a little bit higher than that because I make my paints thick. All right? I make my paints thick. You have a washer and dryer? So do I. I mean, how long ago, Fleming? Like, how long ago, Zoomer? Because I have heard about things to the contrary. Like, solvents on the early layers were almost never a thing. They usually would, you know, seal off their wood that they were painting on, or canvas in some cases, with, like, rabbit skin glue. Then they would do grounds, and they'd usually involve lead and chalk, like a layer of lead, or multiple thin layers of lead. Then they might do a layer of vermilion, and some people even did a layer of lead over the vermilion layer. And then, but they also mix in pigments with those ground layers, so it would be stained. Because, like, a big part of Renaissance painting was actually things I wouldn't recommend people paint like now, because they had to draw the fuck out of those things because materials were so expensive. So they had a ton of drafting techniques to make sure that, like, they were not having to waste paint to paint over shit when they were painting. But paintings took years back then. I think so too, Omizu, but, like, Those still are on the thicker side. You know, you get what I'm saying? Right? And a lot of that, like, Jumer, there's a famous portrait artist. What was his name? Ang. What was his first name? Thomas? No. But he would do a lot of portraits. I think he was in the 1700s, late 1700s, early 1800s. And when somebody commissioned a painting for him of a portrait of themselves, he made them sign a contract that they would need to sit, like, over the course of like 3 years, they would have to sit like 200 times for like 2 to 3 hour sessions each as a part of the deal for the commission. How does one draw the fuck out of something? I'd be interested to see. Well, what I mean by that is that they were very detailed and they measured everything. And there was like several, like, it was a whole process in itself before they started painting over it. And there's like a lot of like documented processes on like essentially drawing on them, because, and they did that as a method of preserving the more expensive painting materials. Well, no, so it's well, thank you, Mono.
Nice.
It's not a skill issue, Jumer. It's a philosophy thing. Okay. Yeah, Skiffer, or Cypher, I don't do underdrawings. If you look at my past paintings, I just go straight in with color. So the philosophy thing, Jumer, is, right, it's the idea of, well, back then it was important. Hyperrealism was a big aspiration for them back then, right? Because they didn't have photos, they didn't have stuff like that. And so when they commissioned somebody, it's usually somebody of great wealth or status, and they would wear things or be in poses that they wanted to show everything was in there. It would actually detract from the realism of it, because, like, well, I'm wearing my fancy, necklace, and I want to see all the fucking details of it. So it's this process of painting everything meticulously that is there to the highest detail that they could achieve, right? This was a big shift with certain painters, notably Rembrandt later in life, Diego Velázquez, and then into the Impressionism, who did Impressionism essentially before Impressionism, and then the Impressionism really brought that in, where it's like, oh, well, his face looks the same shade as the shadow, so I don't need to paint the outline of the face or like the ear because it's just all shadow, right? That is like a philosophical approach difference that was very common back then. Exactly, Seifer. Once I started doing that, I never went back. Oh, I mean, most of the Impressionists were widely hated. Most of them were. I mean, that's how the name Impressionist got coined, right, Cypher? Was that art critic who took the name from Monet's names painting Impression of Sun, and he labeled them all as Impressionists. You may, of course, Mono, you may ask a question. Well, they said it was sloppy brushwork. It was like, because it was basically, it break the entire rules of academic painting that had been going on for like 100 years. Yep. But in my opinion, Impressionism has the highest skill inflection of any methodology of painting. That is my opinion. I think to do Impressionism well is the highest pinnacle of painting. Exact. Yep. Complete. Yep. Cypher. It's exactly that. Hi, Carlos. I was watching you paint a dog yesterday. I was lurking. Sorry I didn't say hi, but I was eating, doing other shit. Well, right, like Cypher, right? It's like the epitome of what you see is what you're doing, right? It's not what we know is there, And it's not even matching the colors exactly, but it's about the contrast relationships with the constraints of nature. And then, like, but once again, the higher level techniques of they were always working under time constraints. How quickly could they do it? You know, they're like, you know, doing intricate setups while maintaining those forms. So like getting sitters, you know, like you'll see these fucking masterpieces of like Kai Bot, and he had like models in there, but they probably sat for him for probably only like 10 to like 20 hours, maybe like 3 sessions. How dare you, Amizu? Exactly, Cypher. Exactly. But that's why I love it. That's why I think it's like, it's just so, I mean, God, is it just like a real display of fucking skill. How well they're able to do it. And it's really hard to put it until you see it in person as well. I really, really advocate for seeing this shit in person. Photos alter it, how you see it. I think both realism and impressionism have their merits. To match Bouguereau's finishes, you need an insane level of skill almost no one has. I don't know if well, see, I also contend, Jumer, impressionism is fully realism. Like, impressionism is a subset of realism. Right? It is, but impressionism has historically been fully constrained by the realism of nature. Right? But obviously they take liberties. Right? That's why I use the word contrast instead of color. Exactly, Cypher. But once again, still rooted in that moment, right? Yeah, that's true, Omizu. That's a good point. I guess I'm going towards like a classical, like how people talk about realism instead of kind of understanding what it means in like the context of history. In your paintings, I've seen many. I noticed one thing just now. It is something, or I am missing. Not sure if you are, but glance. Is that something to do with the paint or style? Hold on. In your paintings, I have seen many. I noticed one thing just now. It is something I am missing. Not sure if you are, but glance, is that something to do with the paint or the style? And by glance, I mean sharp highlights, or is it a realism or whatnot in play? So what I'm interpreting this as, Mono, is like the concept of a visual, what's the right word? God damn it. Effect, right? A visual effect to bring home what you're seeing, and like, which also brings in the sense of realism. So like, for example, okay, on my mannequin, you'll see these lights on here, right? And the color on a lot of these is actually a colder white. But I can't hit that exact intensity, right, of those highlights, right, to the exacting that I see. However, I can do a visual effect, or I can do things that help me influence what you see there. So I'm going to do an example for you, and it might be early to do it, but that's okay. Let me just finish this up. Let me just finish up a few brush marks here, and I can explain further what I mean. So those highlights were like a bright white, right, Mono? My white is not as bright as that, right? So I have to do a relative difference of contrast to get the same visual effect as those highlights. So that means that the difference between the white and the red that I'm seeing in person, I could imitate on the painting, right, with what I have available to me to get the same visual effect. I'm looking for more Cypher, to be honest with you. So Mono. So here's the thing. So what does that mean in practice? Okay. Well, I'm painting on red. I'm painting on a warm red, right? That leans slightly orange. So what color contrasts with an orangey red the most? And it would be a blue that slightly leans green. But you could just go to, blue, right? So using white wouldn't actually contrast the most. I could put a little bit of blue, a slight blue tint to that, to account for an additional contrast that I couldn't do with just the value of the white. We have Cypher. So what I'm going to do here is going to take some of my titanium white, teal me, exactly, right? And we'll take a little lead white because I always do that. All right, we'll take a touch of yellow to make it like just a pube's worth of yellow, and we're gonna take our cold blue, which is phthalo blue, and we're gonna make a very bright teal. Probably put a little bit more white into this. Now, titanium white leans blue itself. So adding a little bit more yellow to that. Okay? So it's still pretty close to white. But it's definitely not the same, it's a little bit darker than titanium white. But if I were to, let's do this highlight right here on this ass cheek, because it'll be but if I were to put that here, it stands out it probably stands out more than just straight titanium white. I would argue it does. Now, this is a little bit big of a mark here, but whatever. And I don't want it to mix in the red too much. But we can get a huge contrast from just a little bit of addition of color, noticing with the background, to achieve what we see, even though we can't hit something exactly as is. Right? How you doing, Shasta? Okay. Any questions?
Thank you for the explanation.
Well, thank you, Mono. Yeah, of course. Listen, I'm always happy to, can you repeat all that? Yes, I can. Alright, we have these big highlights, verbatim. Do you actually want me to repeat it? I'll repeat it if that's good faith, I'll repeat it. Who's your favorite impressionistic figurative painter? Figurative in the sense that, like, it's not based in realism but has a impressionistic approach, or like figure drawing or figure painting. Do it. So, okay. If we're talking about like figure people, it's John Singer Sargent or Andrew Zorn. I think those two are hard to beat historically. All right, so we'll go back to this. Notice we got these highlights from the light on my mannequin, okay? That light is so bright that I can't actually hit that with the paint that I have access to. We are constrained by what the paint is capable of, right? So, thank you, Cypher. I really appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. And so, with that in mind, thank you very much. We have to take into account what we're capable of doing here, see the contrast we have in person, and then come up with a plan to execute the visual effect of what we're seeing. And by doing so, we have to look at the total level of contrast, which includes all the ways we can contrast the color, right? We have saturation, we have color, we have hue, we have temperature, we have value. We can also, do shapes. We could also change the texture, right? That all increase local contrast, all right? How your eyes physically see it. So, knowing this, that red is it's a slightly warm red, right? The hardest contrast to that would be a bluish green, a very blue green in this context, or a green that goes very blue. And so we up the value as much as you can, so titanium white, and then we add some cold blue and a little bit of yellow to add that additional contrast that will give us a very bright visual effect on the mannequin that we see in person, that we can replicate it, even though it's not exactly what we see, but we can replicate the total amount of contrast. So, this is directly related to why I don't recommend painting from photos, because photos produce colors that you can entirely recreate. 99.9% of the time with paints. You really can. So you could always match the colors exactly and put it on there, and that's where you get hyperrealism from. But Impressionism, or an impressionistic approach and methodology, is about seeing the visual effect and executing it, right? I need to watch. I forgot about watching them because I had to restart my computer and I lost the tab, Pickles. But I will watch them. I'll put some on because I used to watch a lot of the Baumgartner restoration, but that guy apparently has some let's just say controversy in his past. If you didn't know, if anybody watches Baumgartner Restoration, he's not really well respected in the industry. Unfortunately. Yeah, that's kind of the thing I heard, and he apparently fucked up some early restorations. So pretty much, he doesn't really do any work for museums because he's like, hick is a strong word, but he's like a self-taught guy that doesn't adjust to like modern practice as well, apparently. There you go, Mono. Good. Oh, did he do that? Do you, Drezia? What do you think about him? I also had an independent source about his bullshit. I had a friend who was a painter in Europe, and she apparently in Europe he's just like blacklisted. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Apparently the stuff that he got like dogged on for happened well before the YouTube videos. But that might be because he started maybe probably doing YouTube videos, obviously, because he like is like kind of blacklisted. But a lot of his videos are for like private, you know, private collectors and shit like that. His videos are very entertaining. But you know, it's a shame that you really can't take his word for it on like technical shit. But I have, like, if you are curious about art restoration, everybody, like, if you just casually want to know more about it, all right, you are talking to a big pervert here, everybody. I have watched museum lectures on art conservation, like, probably like 50 videos, because they are available online. Museums will have presentations from conservators, people who are, you know, very big into the field. Yeah. Well, he hasn't done any, I would say, like, very major, like, collector's paintings on his channel either. I mean, I've watched a good amount of his videos too. Carlos, I think it's strictly because, like, a lot of people don't want to be like get robbed, you know, or have a home invasion because they keep a $20 million painting in their home. I think that's also partly why a lot of people like lend their paintings to museums. They imagine they get some type of remuneration as well. Well, the painting basically gets to be conserved for free, most likely, by the museum, and then they don't have to worry about securing it. There's a lot of benefits to actually lending your painting out to a museum. Yeah. Well, a lot of museums do them in-house too, Drez. Like, there are plenty of museums that have their, you know, have an entire art restoration or conservation, you know. I would say not all, I mean, obviously not all of them, but I would say a lot of the more major museums do it all on their own just because they don't want to, they don't, like, you know, if, for example, if the Louvre is going to restore or do work on the Mona Lisa, they're not going to risk sending that shit out. Like, I'd be shocked if they sent out the Mona Lisa out to like even a very well affiliated restorer. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that makes sense to me. It's right. They need extra hands on deck, but they're probably still doing they're still keeping the paintings in-house, right? Like they're not bringing it to like a restorer's place, but they just hire them on to do like a contract work. I try and sell them, Joomer. I try and sell them. So, here, if you go on my Instagram, Joomer, you could see videos of my place where I have about like 100 paintings hung up. I could probably find it. Well, actually, I don't have my keyboard. That'd be tough. But there's videos on my YouTube of on my YouTube too, and on my Instagram of all the paintings I have hung up in my place. Exactly. Salt gets it. It's on the way, all right, Carlos? And I have to say, badly made paints not listed in the Epstein files. Okay? Badly made paints not listed in the Epstein files. Not listed. No, no. No. No, we had no affiliation with Jeffrey Epstein or the Republican Party. All right? That rumor about us having dinner with Ted Cruz was a complete fabrication from the Greenbag Party. Okay, complete fabrication. Well, if Greenbag was innocent, why would he accuse me of having dinner with Ted Cruz? With Rafael Cruz? All right, should should I put that as a tagline on my fourth wall salt? Although not innocent, not in Epstein files. I think people would like that. Maddie. Okay, all right, all right. Well, so you don't think a proactive denial would be beneficial? Okay. All right, I guess. How you doing, Henry Spy? Everything you heard was correct. Okay, all right. I'll believe you. So I believe that you are giving me good advice.
Fire the nuclear weapon.
Oh my God! Hooray! XKD, thank you for the follow. Hooray! I'll try not to, Amizu. How you doing, Blackett? Jess, get on in here. Hope your stream went well. I was watching earlier. Get on in here, everybody. We are working on the ass. We're working on this mannequin's ass. How you doing, Jess? Hi, Dia. Yeah. Hola. Jess, how did your stream end up? Post your links. If you need to get out of here, I will kick you out if you would like. Jess is the official brand ambassador of Badly Made Paints. Jess is the official brand manager of Badly Made Paints. Well, I think that's a great decision, Armpit. Jess, hope you're well. Is that a butt plug? What? What's a butt plug? So for everybody, we are working from this setup. Try and get you like the angle I'm seeing. We're working like this. Do it, lady guy. Yeah, I saw that. I saw the yeah, chat or whatever. Guy's fucking hilarious. Great job as usual. Yep, thank you, brand ambassador. But this is our reference. That's my mannequin Plasticia. Nosferatu hand. This is going to be for a diptych. A diptych. So this is painting one of a diptych. It's basically 60 by 90 centimeters. And we be painting. We be painting. Yep, a dick tip. That's where it's like two paintings work together. Hi, Penman. So this is painting one. The second painting is going to be another painting with two perverts sitting to the left of them. No worries, Jess. Thank you so much for the raid. Get on out of here. Thank you so much, Jess. You are awesome. And always welcome here. And if anybody has any questions, please let me know. I'm happy to answer questions. Have you got ambient storm noise playing or one hell of a storm? I'm constantly followed around by a black cloud. I'm the Eeyore of Northern Illinois. Christmas. I mean, it depends on how I name the dick tip, but this might be called Stephen Miller 1 and the other one called Stephen Miller 2. The dick tip. But welcome in again. Oh my god, Omizu. Auto-modded. That's a highlight, not a butt plug. I gotta soften that up though a bit. Stupid. True. True. But yeah, if anybody has any questions, I am happy to answer. Should I take... No, we'll do... We got ads starting in 2 minutes, everybody. Ads starting in 2. Okay. Okay, now let's start doing highlights. Yeah, I need to hit bottom ass cheek a little bit. Let's get another brush out here. Oh, God. Oh, my God, Amizu, 2 in a row? Sorry. There we go. It does a little bit. I need to bring in that leg, I think. Fuck. The ass comes out a little bit more, too much, so I gotta... Let's see if that... I think that ass is too much still. God, I think it's... Is this the color? Maybe. Mix your paints, ladies and gentlemen. Don't lick the paint. Okay, I gotta fix this shadow. What? I'm trying to... Excuse me. Really get this contrast right. And I haven't been comfortable with what I've been doing for the spotlight color yet. Probably terrible. And we're not going to find out. Alright, salt. Ooh. Whoo. Okay. It is a sugar, it's like a crystal light packet. It's like a crystal light packet. I've been trying to drink less soda. I love crystal. Who doesn't love crystal light? I mean, crystal light is like 99% of what I'm drinking is water. I think the difference is negligible. I will. I shall, Salt. I shall. How am I being the nerd here? I am never a nerd. fucking A. Mix your paints. Okay. Damn. Yeah, so Mud, that sumo tournament, I don't think Anishki participated. I don't think. I watched a little bit of highlight of it, but it seemed like there was still prizes, but it didn't affect the rankings. But I'm like annoyed that like apparently Onosato looked like he was in pain again. I'm like, I just want that dude to get fucking healthy. Apparently Hosh looked like better than he did. And apparently people were dogging on Abi for doing a Hanka or trying to Hanka Hosh at that type of tournament. Right, there's a little bit of a stigma against Hankas, right? Is that true? It's a viable strategy, right? But don't like a few people look at it as like a shitty technique. But you need Hanka, like Hankas need to be there, obviously. I'm not saying I don't like it, but yeah. I mean, if Hankas weren't allowed, I feel like Onosato would just destroy everybody. Like, could you imagine if Hankas didn't exist in the world with Onosato? Yeah. Like, if he could just fearlessly go forward. He really does. Well, and it's like he carries the weight really well. Like, he's super athletic. Exactly. Yeah. All right. Yeah. So I didn't read your last message when I said that. So, yeah, like he's one of the largest, but he doesn't look like he looks like he looks like an NFL lineman. right? It's too much down there, I think. Too much.
Good evening.
That doesn't look the greatest. Weird glare. Hi, Fox Girl. God, didn't see that. How are you doing? How was your stream today?
Quit playing with your dinghy.
Yeah, I saw a lot of the circles. I will not, Todd. Butt painting's going all right. We're trying to get these highlights going now. I gotta redo the shadow, and I still don't have like the proper value for the light that I want. But hopefully we'll get there. All right, I really gotta pee, so we're gonna take a little break. Okay, so everyone go pee and poo. Obviously, if you have to pee, you have to poo, right? I've never taken a pee that I didn't have to poo. Piss boy, piss boy. I know. I mean, I've never just peed and not pooed. It's crazy. So this is a pee and a poo. Son of a bitch. Did that help, Amizu? You know Maddie looted me twice yesterday, Salt? Exactly, Fox Girl. Exactly. Alright. We're gonna take about a 5-minute break, everybody. Go take your poos. And we'll see you after a word from our sponsor. Oh my god, I'm back. Oh my god. I startled all of you. So I saw Hot Fuzz was for free on YouTube the other night, and I put it on, and boy does that movie hold up well. It's so freaking good. It's so good. The direction, like the cinematography and direction is like so active and just like it like bounces. It keeps a great pace. I love like the tone. I love all like the callbacks to other films. It's so good. I need to rewatch Shaun of the Dead. I haven't watched it. I haven't watched that in a long time. It was the same with Hot Fuzz, but I'm glad I put it on. And also, yeah, it's very close to that for me too, Salt. Same with Hot Fuzz, because you know what I also forgot was how good the soundtrack was in Hot Fuzz. They do a lot of Kinks in there. Yeah, I completely agree with that, Salt. I mean, The Thing remains in my top like 5, like it's pretty much always my number 1. But then I have like The Shining, The Godfather 1 and 2, Casino, yeah, Shaun of the Dead, Hot Fuzz, hell, Great Muppet Caper, probably Empire Strikes Back is up there. Probably not in top 10 though. Oh, Clue. So much good shit. I was really disappointed though with the World's End. Well, I also mentioned top 10 or outside of my top 10. That wasn't strictly my top 5, but films that could be in my you know, that could be in my top 5. Okay. All right. Now let's dial in before... Oh, God, should I do the... Princess Mononoke. I still need to see Ghibli films. Shaun of the Dead, Shining, Back to the Future. Yeah. I like The Fifth Element. I'm not as nostalgic for it. I think it's a great film. I'm so glad a film like that was made when it was too. I like Blade Runner a lot too. You reminded me of Blade Runner now. Oh, Exorcist 3. Exorcist 3 is in my top 5. I knew there was something I'm missing. Exorcist 3 is in my top 5. Yeah, I don't think, you know, it came out when I was really young. I don't think I got to see it when I was in theaters either. There's like just a lot of cool things about it, Sashi. And hi, Sashi. Yeah, I would join. I mean, if it was an individual one, and I will refuse to watch Grave of the Fireflies, because I do not, even though I haven't seen it, I know what's in there, and I don't want to cry for like 3 days. I like Apocalypse Now. The only issue I have is a little bit of edgelordiness to Apocalypse Now. Oh, that's cool, Sashi. It's way too sad. Like, a movie like that should be made, but boy, it's just like, you know, if somebody's like, oh, what are you gonna watch? Oh, we're gonna watch Schindler's List. And it's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Yeah, I need to see that. I need to see all of those. Oh my God! Quick, Maddie, get the riot gear. Greenbag's here. Quick, get the riot gear. I'll have to get back to you on that, Maddie, but I would say most days. If you plan it far ahead enough, I'll make time. No, sad, dude, sad. I'm a crier. It's very easy to make me cry at shit, but I just don't want to. I just don't want, like, seeing some of the clips and knowing the content of that film, boy, I would not be able to handle that. Yeah, Sashi, I agree. Yeah. From what I know that I just like, I don't even know how they fucking made that film. I feel sorry for the fucker that had to animate that. Or edit that, I should say. Agreed, Mizu. Oh, of course. Like I said, I'm glad that it's made. I'm glad that, like, people have seen it and have learned about some things that people don't really get taught, especially, like, in America or, you know, I'll say in the West. But is that just a hell of a subject matter? Most likely, but isn't there issues in Japan, Salt, with them teaching them about, like, what Japan actually did in World War II? I thought I've heard some stuff where Japan's not very good about, like, you know... Because we're not even talking about, like, the war crime shit, too. Oh, of course. Yeah, well, we did to Native Americans and shit like that. Well, tons of people, not just Native Americans, but, you know. Very much so. What they did in the Japanese war crimes in China are just like some of the most fucked up shit I've ever heard. Hi, Sean. But then what America did to the Japanese in World War II with the internment camps as well. God, people are terrible. Yeah, I mean, it goes back. Oh, of course. But it's important, like, the thing is about, like, active efforts to whitewash or get rid of that history is the problem, right? Yeah. Yep. Like, fuck, think about the controversy in the United States for critical race theory. And all those fuckers thinking that it's just like... Act like America is just like this... pinnacle of greatness. Yep. I mean, the entire government is protecting pedophiles right now. That too. Yep. Kidnapping of children. Not to mention, we haven't even heard all the shit from the ICE detention centers. Greenbag, never. I will never allow you to be president here. I don't know if it's less overt racism. Have you seen the shit like Trump was saying about Somalian people? Oh my God, there's that wit, Mr. Salt. There's that wit.
Get your hand off my penis!
Hyru. That's not my hand. That's true, Omizu. No, you are correct, Rumaki. Yeah, that's true. I did hear about that, Richards. That was awesome. No, fuck ICE. If you're a part of ICE, you deserve to get beat in the fucking street. Especially in Italy. Yeah, the hand fell off. The thing I had holding the hand fell last night, and I had to reattach it, but I couldn't get the same orientation. Why is that? This YouTube auto mod is crazy. Yes, solvents increase drying speed, Sean. But I don't recommend that. I'm just going to reiterate it, Sean. You know, I understand, I've told you before. It's more for in case other people see that and are thinking about it. As you know, I don't recommend the use of any solvent in any painting process. None. Zero. Zilch. Zilch! With you radical solvent users. Well, thank you, Stoic. We got this done, so now we're on to this, huh? So thank you. I am moving the shadow to green. Hopefully that will make a little bit of a difference. I gotta figure out ways to make this visually interesting, though. Just hardware store, yes. That's healthy, Richards. Oh, yeah, but over there... Yeah, so that's going to be part 2 of this dick tip. Is going to be... So this is Stephen Miller 1. And then Stephen Miller 2 is going to be, you know, the skeleton with the bald man cap on it, like sitting in a chair, just kind of looking kind of straight on. Then I want to have Kevin somewhere prominent with something that looks like a camera. With something that looks like a camera pointing towards it. And then what I'm also thinking about doing, Stoic, is I'm thinking about putting a couple of my masks in the upper right and upper left corner in the dark, like very, very faint, like they're kind of looming over. Or I might put somebody behind my Stephen Miller sitting behind, like cucking Stephen Miller while he's cucking this, with the Trump stuff on. I'm considering that as well. So that's where we kind of stand at the moment. You're talking about on your skin itself? Oh, sorry. Oh my god, Omizu, tentacle porn. Practically. Well, you know, there's odorless mineral spirits, Sean. If you do use mineral spirits, I do just recommend using odorless. Personally. Why is it such a dick? Water poop. The Whore of Babylon? Might be Richards. I mean, she committed perjury today. What about a diptych with multiple paintings that you can mix and match depending on your mood? I mean, I don't mind that idea, Salt. I'm like, you know, I'm just curious what that idea would be, right? Linseed? What do you mean linseed? Like, linseed's the only medium I use. Linseed in like either oleo gel or just straight linseed or stand oil made from linseed oil. There is no reason, I'll repeat this, there is no reason, sufficient reason, to use walnut oil, poppy oil, safflower, sunflower oil. There is none. Use linseed oil. Toxin-free solvents made from lavender oil. Lavender oil, has a lot of, well, I don't recommend lavender oil either. I have not heard of that one, though. And I think spike oil is the solvent, right? Which MAGA lady would be the Whore of Babylon? Probably Loomer or, Bobert. So, oleo gel, Urumaki. Lavender spike. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so you should never risk spike oil getting into your painting, or your painting. Not spike oil. I'm thinking of clove oil. But once again, it's still a solvent. It smells like shit. You know, it's toxic, mind you. Terpenoid. I would not recommend terpenoid either. I forget what's in there, but it's still like an oil distillate or petroleum distillate. Yeah. Gamsol is what I used when I did use solvent, Sean. You should still do it in a ventilated area, but it's much less harmful than straight mineral spirits or turpentine, which both have links to brain damage, mind you. The ones that do have the fumes. Have you heard of 6-7 oil? I have not. Lavender spike oil is like turpentine, but lavender scented, yeah. That makes sense, Sean. The YouTuber painter I watch says I need solvent. Well, they can go to hell, Maddie. Fuck YouTube painter content. You know why, Nordic. You know what you did. I used to use Gamsol, like, just an odor, like, it doesn't need to be Gamsol, but just an odorless mineral spirit. If you're gonna use it, use an odorless. Thank you, Maddie. Kyle paints within. I can't even stand going into his car after we paint. Yeah. I have found, Sean, that just straight up a lot of people learned with solvents. So here's the thing. Why I think it's so prevalent is one that people learned to use solvent early on and they got taught with it as well. And that like anchors it in their head as something that they ought to do or is not wrong to do. Right? So it's fighting an uphill battle convincing people about the problems with solvents, and solvent, or the use of solvents. But that's why I repeat it so many fucking times. And all it takes is some research to know that like it doesn't, like, sure, it makes paint going on a canvas super easy, sure, but hurts the paint layer, can cause sinking in, and it has dangerous fumes. That's enough to not to say that I shouldn't be using this, right? Yeah, a lot of people do, Sean. But you can achieve, you'd be surprised what you can achieve with linseed oil with wash effects. Like, instead of staining your canvas with solvent and paint and wiping it off, just do that with linseed oil. Right? Like, son of a gun. Yeah, right, Richards? If you want to stain your canvas, just do the same thing you did with solvents with linseed oil and wipe it off. Now, one thing. The rag that you wipe it up with, soak it when you throw it out, soak it in water. Linseed oil soaked rags, now, in that case, it usually isn't enough, but you better to be careful, can spontaneously combust in heat. Oh my God, Todd. That Todd's up to something, everybody. Maddie, put Todd on the watch list. I mean, you can do acrylic. Acrylic, has some issues, but yeah, you can stain it with acrylic too. Thank you, Maddie. No, so, also, all right, another thing. Some people recommend, I've heard people even talk about baking paintings or applying heat or putting them in their car. Don't do that either. Let paintings dry in a neutral environment, please. Yeah, so there's those resealable stainless steel garbage cans of humor. Those are ideal, and also soak the rags in water as well. I mean, that's a little overkill, but don't leave them sitting out. I got 6 fingers up there. Okay, that's why that always looked weird. Okay. Who are we talking about, Sloth? Jess? Agreed. Do you stretch your own canvases? Not yet, but I have the stuff to do it. I'm going to be stretching my canvases the first time. You flatterer. You flatter me, Slothy. Oh my god, I slipped. Oh my god. What happened? Oh my god. I keep on slipping, everybody. I don't think it's that bad, Sashi. I mean, I know how to do it. It's something I'm not really afraid of. I have the tool. I'm also going to be tacking them in. No solvent, true. Thank you. Well, some of it's dried on there too, so. When you're using badly made paints, everybody, the paints are really strong. So sometimes if you paint thick, it really, you have to do a lot. So this needs to like... into the future. No, no, no. My old photos are from me from the future. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to amp up this light contrast a lot. But right now I'm just worried about getting the hand into place, because unfortunately, since I have to fucking redo this, I have to go through this like the tough way. Probably should use a smaller brush, frankly. Let's go back to... So what is the premise of this illusion? You ever see the movie Nosferatu, the OG one? Son of a bitch! Amanda. Hi, I'm Amanda. Yeah, so in the beginning, well, in the movie, they have the shadow. Oh, wait, no. The hand, like the shadow moves around, and like they use a spotlight to like add to that. I'm trying to do that illusion on a painting setup, and so that's kind of the inspiration here. and then grabbing the S. Just the shadow, just the shadow.
Oh my glob!
Rembrandt will be proud. You know, I used to not be the biggest fan of Rembrandt, but then I learned he was like the OG impressionist with what he did later in his life, and that made me like him a lot more. Too many times. Oh wait, how many times have you redone that hand? This is probably like the third. But in this time though, Amanda, it's because the hand fell off. I mean, this hand is just shadows, so it's like... This time it's personable. Personable. I don't think he's just better than everybody else, but in the time period at which he was doing to do what he did and sacrifice what he did, he basically sacrificed his career to be an impressionist painter when that was not acceptable. So that dude has some serious street cred. Yeah, that's true, Sloth. I think he's fantastic. I just, there are others that I think are better than him. If he, like, but he's one of the best of all time, especially relative to, like, the context they're in. That too, Slothy, right? Who was even better than Rembrandt at representational painting? Diego Velázquez. John Singer Sargent, Andrew Zorn, Ilya Repin. I'd put them in the discussion. Agreed, Sloth. He's my numero uno. I'm not familiar with Edward Hopper. I'll have to check him out. You're familiar with him, Stoic? Most important American painter? And what way out of that, Sean? Because remember, Singer Sargent is technically American. I don't know if I agree with that so much. I could see your point. I'm not saying it's like you're false, but I don't know if he straight up painted like Europeans. Influenced David Lynch's art? Interesting. Oh, he did Nighthawks? Okay, that's Edward Hopper. Okay. Well, it's also, Sean, it's just a different period, right? Like, Impressionism is, if Hopper did Nighthawks, that's a completely different, like, style, methodology, and philosophy of painting, right? Sargent evolved a lot. Sargent early on in his career was very value-based with his paintings. Like a little bit bland, like very similar to, you know, a lot of European painters. Like I forget who his teacher was again. But like he changed a lot, especially as he got more involved with like Monet and the other Impressionists. But like I said, I just don't know if I agree with that, Sean. 1882. I mean, because like Whistler was American too, though, right? This finger, huh? This finger needs to come up. Works of people at Walmart. His work is great. He doesn't use references and done flashes and stuff. Yeah. This is not me detracting from their quality of their work. I'll just make that clear. I am obviously biased as well. God, maybe I shouldn't have gone green with this shit. I do too, Slothy. I mean, obviously, this is my bias. I don't think Sargent's overrated. Like, I don't think he's rated high enough even in America. In Europe, he's not like... Like, I don't think there was a Sargent painting at, like, the d'Orsay. I didn't see one at L'Orangerie. I only saw one at the Rodin Museum, and there was only one. Long time ago in a faraway land. I just want to be able to paint. He's a lot more prevalent in American museums. Maybe. I don't think that's unfair, Sean. But notice you use the term like painter versus artist. I think in general, there's a tendency to diss technicians and elevate creativity. Well, I mean, I think in the 20th century, yes. Right. Also, America searching for their kind of like identity, right? I need to know more about Matisse. I know a lot of people love Matisse, but I need to be more familiar with his work. I mean, it depends on your lens, Sean. Depends on the lens that you're looking through it historically. He painted like my 2-year-old nephew. What up? Just hi, Snark. How you doing, bud? I made it more green. Was a very vibrant colorist. Okay. It was weird, but I love his. I gotta look more into American stuff, I think. I've seen a good amount in I've seen a good amount in person, but I don't attribute paintings enough. I don't know enough American paintings by their like names, right? Like I didn't know Hopper was Nighthawks. I've seen Nighthawks in person. Because it's at the Chicago Institute of Art. Very true, Yambri. I agree with you, Sean, and that's a personal opinion that I think Sargent personally did it the best. That isn't a detraction from Rembrandt, from Velasquez, from Zorn, from other, people, because a lot of them had like, I think the highest technical understanding of color was Monet, straight up. I think Monet understood color better than anybody in history, right? But he didn't do necessarily very, like, technical work, right? Yeah. Oh, he was English? Okay. Sorry, I'm always conflating McConaughey. It's good to know, Sashi. I saw Hakone Blecken in art last year. I apologize for pronunciation. The most famous Norwegian painters of modern times. He made all of the ugly clouds look so pretty together and hid endless shapes of dicks. And I said, oh, he sounds right up my alley, Snark. So, Jay Matoyer, welcome in. So, I wipe off my paint on paper towels. It's for oils that are saturated in oil. So sometimes people put oil in rags and wipe it on a canvas. Those are the ones that are highest risk. If you are doing that, soak them in water and put them in an airtight garbage can if you're concerned about the fire risk. I did mention this earlier, coincidentally. But that's how you do it. I never run into that situation, though. Okay? So it's personally never been a concern with how I've painted. And thank you. You're welcome. I think the Golden Age illustrators like Sunbloom, Landecker, Rockwell were more skilled. I would have to look at more. But I would probably... Well, you know, Sean, that I lean towards simpler brushstrokes and better use of color I consider to be more skilled. That is a me thing. That is my opinion, right? I would love Wayne Tebow. Is that how it's pronounced? Well, I'm not saying they're not. I'm was assuming slash, like, you know, and implying that they were painting, but like, I'm saying is that, like, I know a lot of the work. Well, there are some people who went into more detail, like, you know, like Dali, for example, right? Or more illustrative, detailed work. Life changing. I'm not a Dali stan. Dali was friends with Hitler. Was the son of a bitch. I'm gonna get this hand shape right. So I don't really like to talk up Dali personally. Yeah. Yeah, like who did some like the cooking, like, or like advertise? Who was that one advertisement guy who was pretty cool though? Because he fought a lot of racism. Who the fuck was that guy? I learned about him recently. I'm not saying you did, Slothy. I'm just giving you the warning. I've learned some stuff about Dali, and boy was he a real piece of shit. I haven't seen that much of Warhol that I've enjoyed. People like him. Somebody said, though, recently that I think I agree with, that Warhol would be using AI right now if he was alive. That's all propaganda with regards to Dali, Omizu? It was pro-France. I don't know, Mizu, do you know more about it? I think I saw like a quick video on Dali where they digged into his like writings and the like parties he went to, shit like that. And that he expressed like fondness for Hitler and shit. There's a clip of Dali on YouTube where he's interviewed and doesn't come across as a nice person. Unless I try to judge work based on its merit rather than the person. I find it hard to separate it, Jumer. But, you know, then again, you know, there are probably people who were shitheads that I've expressed admiration for. So it's it's a tough bind, right? Son of a bitch, Maddie. I mean, you care about his past to a certain degree, right? Like, oh, no, friends. Due to his love of money, he received the monitor evaded dollars from the surrealists before he was excommunicated from the group. Interesting. Yeah, possibly. I mean, I wasn't really personally a fan of his work regardless, so like I don't know a lot. Like I actually think I've seen a few of his paintings in person. I believe at Leandry. I think. Saw an exhibition in Atlanta. Interesting. For future reference, I'm not here out of my own free will, so if the streamer says beta male shit. Good, Snare. Good. His early works from like the 30s were some of the best, even though his late works seem technically better. Snark, you're learning. I see you took the red pill that I sent you in the mail. This hand shape is giving me Miyagi to everybody. Good. Sure. Nope, I'm a twisted T type of guy. Something's not adding up. I think this is too... Fucking A. I have not read a book on art, essentially, Snark. I'm not like a person who learns from like books well. I'm more of a visual learner. I probably, like, I see a bend currently, but I think they just need to be closer. Fucking A. I have not read a book on art. I've read plenty of books in my life, alright? God damn it. Oh my god, I tripped. Well, it also depends on how you learn, Slothy. I am a visual learner. I just straight up am. I've read books. I'm smart. Duran, that's the one I couldn't think of. One of his first early portraits was of Duran, Sean. No, I am, Maddie. I'm finishing this. This is getting done. No, you're not seeing it correctly.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
I will not, Amanda.
Get your hand off my penis!
That's not my hand. It's not my hand. That was your hand that time. It was.
Time to unfuck this.
A succulent Chinese meal. Yep. Alright, keep this closer. Libraries are very woke, all right? Obviously. As the alpha males, I'm training you all to be. We cannot trust. I don't read books because all the libraries are woke, everybody. Yep, very much so. Right. But I will reiterate, badly made paints were not in the Epstein files, okay? All right, I'm just going to put those rumors to bed. Badly made paints were not in the Epstein files. Okay? Just so we're clear. You have to get the watercolors, Amanda. You have to get the watercolors. All right, badly made paints were not in the Epstein files. Are the best place to hide from conservatives. That is true, Sean. I mean, it is well documented that conservatives can't read. They can't read. No, too far. They aren't what, Omizu? So who watched the latest, what's his name? Andrew Tate podcast, huh, everybody? It was great. It was great. The latest Andrew Tate episode was fantastic. Everyone should go check it out. Jake Paul, oh, you watch them too. You know, and make sure you buy their cryptocurrencies, everybody. Make sure you buy their cryptocurrencies. It's the best investments I've ever made. Hi, Hanser. Good, good, Snark. Good. Good, Sloth, good. Every time you use my watercolors, your wiener will get 14 inches bigger. If you don't believe me, check my shop. It's listed right in the product description. Yep. We have to take, they're practically a protected class. Thank you, Hanser. Yeah, you have some. Yep. Alpha Male Crypto Coin going live off of Patriot Coffee. Mega watches every. Good, yeah. I'm glad you're up to date on what I'm working on right now. guess I gotta that up, man. May had his little. Oh my god, I should add that. This isn't watercolor, Slothy. This is oils. I make and sell watercolors, oil paints, and oil pastels, as Mud so kindly put in the chat. Toxic Man. No, we're starting Alpha Male Andrew Tate coin. Yep, from scratch, Sloth. Check out the shop. You'll see it all there. There's videos on my Instagram, too, of me making oil paint. Do you make dry? I do not make dry pastels. I need more equipment and storage to be able to do those in a way I would feel I would want quality-wise. However, I don't use them either. So I tend to only make stuff I use. Trying, Sloth. It's hard getting the right, like, feel on the, like, articulation right now. Was it you heard I said not to get Williamsburg? Yeah, that's one of the worst. Yeah, that's one of the worst oil paints from a tubes I've ever used, Sean. Specifically, the ultramarine blue French. Just get this straight, ultramarine. Yeah, I'm just telling you, Sean, I used a lot of it. I bought too much of it before I used it. I bought like 3 big tubes of it, like 150 milliliters, and I had to sit there and use that bullshit. Super weak. Color wasn't as saturated. It was also a hue. It was a mix of they have 2 pigment numbers that they use for it. Williamsburg Ultramarine Blue French. It's fucking terrible. I didn't know it was a hue. I thought I got mixed up with the regular ultramarine because I thought their regular ultramarine was that one. It turns out it was the French. And then I ordered them because they were like on sale and I got a good price on their 150 milliliter tubes. Well, in my experience, not always, but on theirs specifically, it was a mixture of, like, I believe a purple. But it had a ton of chalk in there. It was, relative to everything else, it was one of the worst paints I've used. But the regular ultramarine was fine, mind you. It is, yeah. I'm constantly followed by a black cloud. I mean, why? What are you talking about, Mud? Mud, I have no idea what you are implying, but I think I should be offended. That's probably why, yeah. It's just the one so the biggest knocks I had against Williamsburg is I didn't like the pigment they used for burnt umber. Even though the paint was fine, I didn't like the actual color choice of the burnt umber. It was very desaturated. And then that ultramarine blue French, once again, had a bad experience with. Well, don't get Williamsburg if you're using oils. Yeah, Golden owns Williamsburg. But Jay Matoyer I think, you know, I'm not sponsored by them, but the best paints I've ever used are badly made paints. All right, I like them so much. I even list the shop, the fourth wall shop that they're in my links. Okay, not sponsored by them, but badly made oil paints and watercolors and oil pastels are the best I've ever used. No, they're more than okay. They're the best paints I've ever used. Well, thank you, Carlos. It's about mixing. It's a mixing palette, Carlos. No, Carlos, the dried is better. The tubes of wet watercolor paint are a way to scam you out of paint. When you let them dry, you get more paint. You get more bang for your buck. I assure you, Carlos. Oh, that's an actual brand, though. I thought you were making a joke. Nope, nope. Check out the link. I'm not sponsored by badly made paints, okay? I have heard that they're not in the Epstein files either. But just check out the shop. Yeah. Well, you just have to prepare the surface, Sloth. Seal it, prime it. I do make the watercolor medium too. That the watercolor medium itself is made by me. Pointless, Matoyer. Because I don't wash my brushes. The only thing water mixable oils are good for is washing your brushes. But I don't do that. Yeah, you can. Of course you can. Badly made paints. Let's see. That's a good commercial. I did see this, but I didn't like it. Why didn't I like this? Better not get DMCA'd for that. Yeah, Jay Matoyer, water mixable oils don't... You can't, like... You shouldn't use water when painting with those. Yeah, ironically, they're supposed to be safer, but... No, Sean, they're not... I mean, not Sean. Matoyer, they are not safer. So... They are water-soluble, yeah. So, Matoyer, I'm just gonna call you Toyer. All you do to make water soluble oils is you add something to the oil. It's literally the same pigments. It's not better for the environment. Like, it's not like, because the thing that's bad about the environment, like the stuff in the environment, is the metals, right? If they can, like, you know, you don't want those kind of mixing in with shit, right? But that is a complete branding ploy or marketing ploy that they say that water soluble oils are better for the environment. It's a fucking lie. What is going on? Yeah. But they don't use different pigments, Toyer. They don't use different pigments. It's still linseed oil or whatever mix that they fucking do. They just add and, like, they, like, heat up oil with an additive that makes it water soluble. That's it. That's why Big Paint wants you dead. That's insane. Matoyer, did you look up badly made prices on titanium white? Yeah, like, there's so many layers with it, Yambari, that it's just like, it's bad for business. $25 for a 50 milliliter tube of titanium white, when you could almost get 2 tubes of badly made titanium white. Good. Good. Like I said, I'm not sponsored by badly made paints. All right. All right. Not sponsored by badly made. I have no affiliation whatsoever with badly made paints. Okay. I do use them. No affiliation whatsoever. It is. Toyer. I make all my oil paints and I sell them. And so yes, badly made paints are the paints I make and sell. They're all pigment and oil except for phthalo blue. Only three of them have additives. Oh fuck, wrong brush. God damn it. I've never used Holbein, Sean, but I would be I suspect for the price, I don't think for the prices that they charge or you have to pay for the United States that they'd be anywhere close to worth it. Use their gouache. Yeah, that's what I've seen a lot of people use Holbein for, is gouache. I can't get this hand right. Oh my god. Why can't I... Well, I mean, gouache is very similarly made to watercolors. So that surprises me. It's a very similar medium. Oh my god, Matoyer! How could you? What else do you have? Holbein, Windsor, and Daniels with a handful is. Yeah, I mean, just so you know, everybody, gouache is probably one of the cheapest ones to make. Just FYI, everybody. I don't think grind sizes change, Sean. Not when you're adding that much extra shit to it, Sean. Like need? No, not need. It's just, I think companies might put in more for performance than they do with watercolors. But, I've never made it, but it's whatever. So, Sean, with like watercolors, right? Gouache uses gum arabic a lot. They use some other ones too, but there's a gum arabic. I looked up the recipe for gouache, but then there's like an additive and something else, which means the pigment ratio would be lower, right? But I would say companies probably put in more pigment in gouache because people paint with them more opaquely. So like they might add more than what they add to their watercolors. You get what I'm saying? But it's not, it wouldn't be a necessity. Hi, Slothy. I am desperate for YouTube subscribers. So if you could find it in your heart. It's actually, my machine is right next to me. Essentially in my studio. See, I'm somewhat of what you call a crazy man. I'm a class 1 diagnosed paint pervert. Alright? It's terminal. It is terminal, everybody. I have a terminal diagnosis of a class 1 paint pervert. Well, yeah, it's by the nature of it, right, Sean? You don't paint opaquely with watercolor, right? You know, you try and paint opaquely with gouache. Outside of gouache is everyone who gives the colors fun names. Yeah, I hate that type of shit too, Todd. About acrylics, I mean, acrylics are fine. I don't like them. I don't like using them. But I get why people do. I'd say they're probably more accessible to a beginner, but I think they are more difficult to use than oils. At least for how I paint. Well, honey is so Sean, for watercolor and gouache, you need a plasticizer. So most people use vegetable glycerin and or honey. I use both. You need that so it can re-wet easier. That's what they're used for in the binders. Oh, fuck me. I fucked the wrong fucking brush again. Egg yolk dries, like it can't be re-wet. From my understanding. I'm pretty sure that's the case. Yeah, Sean, I think I agree with that sentiment. Tempura is so that uses egg or a protein, right? Sometimes they mix in oil, sometimes they mix in resin. It's actually been decently archival, right? It does have a color to it though, a stronger color to it. And that was like the main paint binder with like the Egyptians, and Greeks used it too, and Romans. Like that was the main paint binder before like fresco, or just like water or casein or oil. To a variety of edges. Yeah, I get what you mean, Sean. I don't like how it lacks opacity because of how much water and binder there has to be in it. Like I don't like how low of a pigment load acrylics have. Equals nope. Yeah, acrylic wash can't be reactivated. But acrylic wash is just basically acrylic paint. You have to treat acrylic wash as just acrylic paint, just straight up. I agree with that, Sean. I agree with that. Right, so Slothy, though, at that point, why not just use oils? If you want the drying time, why not just use oils at that point, right? Yeah. Sean, yeah, I agree with you. Like you did, you did get me to learn about some of the benefits of acrylics, like archival properties, right? Facts. If you got to add all these mediums, you might as well use oil. Yeah, I mean, that's the point, right, Toyer? Oil has mediums too, but like, if you are in the context of acrylics, adding stuff to increase the drying time, I think you should just switch to oils. Yep. Yeah, that's why I don't like them. Like they. Oh shit! Wait, did I want to bring that lower? So like I don't like. Well, it also like ruins brushes a lot faster. If acrylic's dry in your brushes are pretty much done. Let me use them and just. I tried golden open, but I think those are kind of shit consistency. Cool for glazing. They're pretty much like regular acrylic. They're very lacking in opacity and like student grade pigment. Yeah, I mean that's the problem with that's my biggest issue with acrylics, Sean. I used to paint miniatures with acrylics, and putting a yellow acrylic over anything was a nightmare. And it's like, oh, I have to do 7 layers of yellow on here to get any opacity to it, right? But you could use badly made bismuth vanadate yellow lemon and just straight opacity. Okay, badly made oil paints. I'm not sponsored. Not sponsored by them. Okay, they're a very exclusive paint brand. All right, so we got to figure out how am I going to make this sprinkle and sparkle so people are like, I need to buy this painting. Thank you, Chris. How you doing? Nice to see you again. All right, I need more oleo gel. I need to order some more. I could use epoxide gel. This might be a good time for epoxide gel. Sean, remember I told you about epoxide gel, yo? Let's use some of that because I got to use this stuff up eventually. So epoxide gel. This is a gelled linseed oil that actually increases drying, reduces drying time, and apparently it's really good for the oil layer. It's a little bit more sticky. Oh, sticky. Than oleo gel. That's why I prefer oleo gel. It almost feels like you're it almost feels like stand oil. It also holds brush strokes really well. Yeah, I'm closer to honey. Ooh, I like how that looks. Honey is good. You know what I was thinking about doing? I was thinking about going back on a tea kick. I'm usually a coffee guy, but I remember drinking tea with like milk and honey, and I'm like, oh shit, that was good. Like black tea with milk and honey. It has a little bit of a pine smell to it, Sean. But they don't use any like solvents or anything in there. Oh, then you wouldn't like it. Then you would like oleo gel. This might be too sticky for what I want to do, though. Galkid light. Yeah, I just can't support, you know, I don't think it's, I think it's, alkyds are something you ought to avoid. All right, now we're at the moment of truth. It does. Batoyer, you need help. Don't sniff alkyds. It's not that you're ignorant. You've clearly looked up some stuff, right? It's more of like it, you know, I personally look at it as a matter of ethics, but it's in the context of selling artwork. Selling artwork. If I'm selling my artwork or attempting to sell my artwork, I think you ought to do things to make sure the product lasts as long as possible. Yeah. I buried a dead iguana today in my yard when it got cold out there. And then, oh, that sucks. Sorry that happened. Okay, so now we got to really lock in this color. And now I want oleo gel too. And maybe not. Whoa. It should fall apart as soon as it leaves the studio. True. If you want to look up some interesting history, Sean, I think its name is Joshua Reynolds. Late 18th century painter who did a lot of experimental shit on purpose to get certain looks. I think it was Josh Reynolds. Something like it was. I think Reynolds was their last name. But he had like 90% of his paintings literally fall apart and they couldn't even conserve them. Because of like his experimentation. No, I just take him off the shelf, Slothy. I don't have bad batches. With how I do paint, it's not like I'm like doing something. Paint making is not that difficult. It's a lot of labor, but it's not like that difficult. So it's not like that's like a concern. I just take them off my shelf, Sloppy. I just take them out of my inventory. Do I just go gray with this shit? Do I just go more desaturated than I've been doing? Guess we're gonna try going more desaturated than what we have been doing. This is probably a habit of mine where I make things too saturated. Sometimes, and I really want to hit this. Use what with every painting, Sean? You're talking about bad paints? The companies make bad paints because of the shit they add to it. And the lack of pigment. Oh, alkyds? Yeah. Because, Sean, that's modern, right? Like, a painting made with alkyds and resins can still last, like, 50 to 100 years. Like, of course. But, like, it will yellow faster. It will... That looks more green than I thought it would. Oh wow, we've already been going for 4 hours. This shit has been flying by, yo. This has been a really poor display on me for this needing 3 sessions. I think this should have been 2, and I could have started another painting, right? But I struggled with this hand, and then I kind of like dawdled around in the last session a little bit. Not that I dislike, like, I'm not really satisfied with the result yet. Depends on how this goes. Yeah. On this canvas? Why would you be afraid of it? Yeah, but just like with anything, Sean, it's like, I remember I used to get some anxiety with just using my materials, where it's like, shit, these oil paints are expensive, these canvases are expensive. But then you just like, you have to like, listen, I'm a brokey son of a bitch right now. And this canvas is like $20, $25. But, you know, I just kind of resolved myself to be like, yep, I'm going to use a certain amount of paint. It's part of the cost of doing business. Yeah.
Fire the nuclear weapons.
Oh my god, hooray! Welcome in. Silver grain. Silver grains. It's silver grains. You guys. You like the panels and canvas boards? Yeah. I like stretch canvas, Toyer. I haven't liked panels that much. For some reason, I've just always kind of been not a fan. But a lot of people like them. Silver Grains, post your links or else. Silver Grains, if I don't see links from you, I'm going to burn this place to the ground. Well, that's strictly because of oils, Sean. That's strictly because oils are kind of like freeing like that, you know? I better see some links. Okay, good. Oh, thank God. I didn't feel like burning down my place tonight. Oh my God. Good evening. Welcome in, Silver. Nice to see you. What were you doing on stream? How was stream? Oh, good. Well, that's good. Well, thank you for rating me. Everyone go check out Silver Grains. Photography savant. Everyone go check him out. Friend of the stream. User of badly made paints as well. Okay. All right, Stoic. Who is Sean? Okay. That color I don't like that much. Okay. I feel like I see some orange in that. Let's see how this looks. Amanda Aruda, Bahama. How do I make this more interesting? How do I make this light more interesting, everybody? How do we do this? I'm not doing the folds. I'm not doing the folds. Ed Inspector Cluso, no. I'm trying to think about how I make this light more interesting.
I be stroking.
Indeed, Richards.
Grab the children! Save the children!
No! Those kids are done for. Alright, let's be aggressive. I'm not a taint. You're the taint. Alright, we're gonna try something here, everybody. I cowered out. Do I like that? No. I don't like that. Crisp. Oh, fuck. Just the shadow. I'm not doing the hand. I've been considering if I could pull off blue. The problem is it's gonna look very blue relative to what's on there. But I'm not necessarily opposed. I'm just thinking about what type of effect I want here. And I think I needed to bring all this shit out more. I need more yellow. I need more yellows. It's given noir. It's part of the goal. That could be a way to do it, Richards. I was kind of thinking about doing it with purple. I was kind of thinking about doing it with purple. I'm kind of thinking about it more in the context of color, Sean. But I mean, that possibly could be a thing. Just trying to get some little bit of titanium white out of this tube. I'll leave that out in case I need to try and get more out of it. I actually got an idea. Okay. Got some more yellow, got some more white. Let's use a smaller brush. But I wonder how a warm yellow. Dutch angle. Sorry, you might have said that a while ago. I wonder. This is gonna be a risky. It does stand out like a sore. It stands out like a sore penis. Probably too saturated. Bring that down a little bit. Oh my God! Monica! What the hell? How you doing, Monica? I'm doing all right. All right. Question, but are you familiar with electrical engineering, Nick? Yeah. I was considering minoring it at one point. What are your questions? I'm not gonna say I'm great at it currently, though. 4 in a lighting circuit that already has a toggle switch. Yeah, I don't have knowledge of that currently. Like, you're having 2 switches in the circuit? Is this for, like, are you talking about, like electrical in a house, or are you just talking about it in just a standalone circuit? So, like, you have 2 switches you can turn on, or one, there's a micro switch within the circuit, and then you have the toggle to turn it on and off, of course, right? I mean, bulbs can be used just to use voltage. But I don't know what the other switch would be used for. I'd have to see it. I'd have to see the circuit diagram to be able to tell you. But I'm also not that, like, you know, like I said, I didn't major in it, but, you know, we're talking a bit ago, so you know what, Richards, if you're still here, I could try like a teal. Kind of a desaturated teal. I mean, there's a lot of green in there, but we keep it on the blue side. Something like that, maybe. I think that's too much. Like, it's too bright.
I have been lifting weights and doing cocaine all day!
Richards, you need help. Richards, you need help.
Oh my God.
How does the hand look? How does the effect look? Is it stupid? Should I destroy the painting? Creepery. Should I burn it? Should I cast it into the fire? No? Okay. I feel like there's like interesting stuff I could be doing. I feel like I could add... It's an argument to have a bigger brush. You like it more in the photo, Omizu? I'm not switching to that. Neither, Richards. The color that you see in the hands is greens and purples. The first layer, though, was bone black. It's not the photo. Well, I don't know if I agree with that, but this is still technically a diagonal, though. You think there's less tension with how it is right now? Does it need tension? What's not an opinion, Sean? I think the hand look could have been more, could have been a little bit different. I have to think on that. I mean, this is still, I mean, the hand is still technically diagonal, right? It is more horizontal, though, but... I mean, there's stuff like this I could do, probably. All right. Well, I'm gonna call it. I'll think on it some more if I need to like readdress this. Yeah, but I wasn't looking for shape stuff, but I don't know if I subscribe to that, like, idea. I have to think about it some more. It's about making a painting, then you're there about trying to convey emotion. I don't know, like, if I care about more visual interest. I think I hit realism decently well on the mannequin. I don't know. I'll have to see how I think about this in like a couple days. I'm just running over to see if there's anything I need to, like, do. Just reminiscing before I clean, or looking things over before I clean up. The only book I read is the Bible, Richards. And so should you. Generically. I'm always suspicious of, like, design with regards to composition because I've heard so many contradictory things, or people with running with ideas that seem completely nebulous. But it is like hand placement or the hand pose might be a weak spot here. But yeah, let's clean up.
I can feel it all the way down in my plums.
Feel it down in my plums. What made you think to use a shadow hand from Nosferatu to begin with? It's just an idea that came to me. I think it's a really cool piece of filmmaking. And it's a very striking shot. And I wanted to see if I could execute it, you know? Hills versus mountains. It doesn't convey what then? Like, the Nosferatu thing wasn't necessarily a sense of danger, but more of a sense of, like, bewilderment, maybe? Would never. True. No, this is stuff I need to hear. Though, I, like, you know, I am happy to hear criticism from anybody who wants to offer it. As long as it's done in good faith. But I just want... What I don't want to do is misunderstand what people are going for. So, like, I'm not challenging you by asking you for clarification, if anybody's curious. I'm just looking for clarification. Well, I think you might be misconstruing what I mean by striking. Like, striking in the sense that, like, it didn't necessarily convey, like, imminent danger, but, like, a sense of mysticism, mystery, but, like, the cinematography was, like, striking more. Oh, shit. Alright, nobody told me that the palette was frozen. Sons of bitches. Nobody gets the oil point. You missed the D-wipes. The D-wipe, reveal. It's more absurd. I'd say Amizu. Does it give me that sense of mystery? I think there's elements of it.
I fart in your general direction.
And I shit in yours, Stoic. Oh my god. Oh god. This is disgusting. Oh my god.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
I will not, you sick fucks. You all disgust me. Especially you.
Boo this man!
Don't you boo me. You're watching this, Monica. You know what you're doing. Oh my god. The wiping of the D's. Alright. Alright. Okay. Let's find somebody to write.
I be smoking.
Oh, let me take a photo first. Let me take a photo. Let's see if I can get the glare out of here. So much fucking glare. Hold on. 1 second. Sean, thanks for hanging out, bud. Okay, still glare. All this fucking glare. Good enough. Okay. Let's put that in the Discord. Yeah, the other hand pose might have been better. Felt more like claws. There's something like Nightmare Before Christmas about this hand. I don't know. Thinking about it a lot. Alright, let's find somebody to raid. Let's see. No, I think it has more to do with the hand placement. Feels a little childish. You know, I Paint Burbs is on, and I don't know if I've ever rated them, so let's rate I Paint Burbs. Alright, everybody. No, Mizu, I'm glad that you, you know, voice your opinion. You know, I need to act, if I want to make good paintings, I got to think about this shit, you know. Thank you all for being here. Greenbag, I'll see you in hell. If anybody needs anything, shoot me a message on Discord. Mizu, you have a great night. Shasta, Stoic, Monica, Pickles, Maddie, Sean Richards, Mizu again. Yeah. Well, we got the dip, you know, this is a dick tip, so the next painting is going to be related to this. You too, Monica. Carlos, thanks for hanging out, bud. The next one is going to be the two perverts. And we might have to do a setup stream for that one, possibly. So, but it's going to be the dick tip to this one. So, yeah. But next art stream will be, I guess, on Friday. Today's Wednesday, right? So Friday. I guess that's it. All right. See everybody soon.